And happy birthday, Edgar Allan Poe. I always love this time of year because it's our week to spend with Edgar Allan Poe, who is one of my favorites in the whole world. So, hello, everyone who is spending some time with me. You will make this a perfect time for me. I'm having too much fun with the Poe puns. Anyway, hello, welcome to Nevermore, a week with Edgar Allan Poe. This is a week-long readathon where you just get your Poe on any way you want to get it on. It could be that you read something by Poe, you watch something that's inspired by Poe, you read something that was inspired by Poe. Maybe someone took one of his stories or poems and decided to put their own flavor on it. But whatever you're reading or doing, if it's Poe related in some way, you have participated. And I think that's amazing. I think people need to have a little more Poe in their life. It will give them a little bit of extra in their life. So anyone who is here today, thank you. If you're watching on replay, thank you. And, if you're not participating in Nevermore, that's okay as well. If you just want to hang out with this fantastic community and get some reading done, watching done, maybe you're still at work and you need some company while you're toiling away. Maybe you're crafting, maybe you're napping. Who knows what you're doing? But this is the time for you to hang out with us for a little while and celebrate this literary genius, in my opinion. And there are people here in this chat who think he's a literary genius as well. His contribution to literature, American literature, all over the world, people have read him, is just amazing. Amazing. So, with all that being said, I want to see who is here. I know a couple of people because I was chatting in the chat right before we came on. And Travis is here. Hey, potatoes. I'm not officially participating in the readathon, but if I have time, I may watch an adaptation or two here for the support in springtime, which I love. Let me give you some love, Travis. Let's see if my hearts will work. My hearts are not working. Oh no, my hearts are broken. Well, no, Travis, I do have love coming out to you for the support. You know that. But you know what? You are kind of participating because you're here. You're supporting us through sprints, and that is amazing. Also, many of his adaptations, screen adaptations, have Vincent Price in them. So that's amazing. And Amber's here. My Poe knowledge is limited, so this readathon is going to be so much fun. I hope you have fun. I hope that you are able to expand your Poe knowledge, that you get to read some wonderful stories or you watch something that was inspired by him, and you just have a wonderful time, a perfect time. And Linda's here. Hello, Linda. And she was the one that pointed out that our puns are flowing. Travis says, also, Kat, check your Discord. I sent you a positively cute photo. I will check that out. Thank you. And Jen is here. Jen loves Poe, I think, as much as I love Poe. And it's time for the Poe tea. And then, of course, I had to say I love a pun, sometimes a bit too much. I posh the envelope. I want to order out tonight, but Poe. I love it. Oh my gosh. Hiya, crew. Hey, Carmen. I'm a Poe newbie and so excited. Well, I'm so excited you're going to be here to spend some time. Soul Poppins here. It's Poe time. That's right. It is Poe time. And hello, Alicia. Just join and take it easy as I'm not feeling 100%. No, feeling a little off today. So resting and doing smaller tasks. Well, you rest with us. Spend some time with us. I love all the emojis. Wonderful. Heidi's here. Hello, everyone. Poem. Good afternoon, Tina. How are you? And Linda says 2 of Poe's stories down. I know. Linda was like on it. Like she already finished this morning, and I have been saving up everything for this my time on sprints. But believe me, I've been chomping at the bit. I almost actually started yesterday, but I'm like, no, I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it. I'm going to contain myself. And Jasmine's here. Hello, Jasmine. Currently homesick, but what's up, everyone? No, I don't like the illness. Jasmine, did you by any chance get Dark Sisters? Did you receive it? And maybe you told me and I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm off today for the holiday, so I'm profoundly happy. I can count on Travis to bring the puns. And Jen said, I listened to Christopher Lee reading Hop Frog, The Raven, and The Masque of the Red Death while I completed household chores this morning. Would you recommend that? I think I'm going to listen to The Masque of the Red Death, which that is, I will start off reading The Masque of the Red Death from my collection. I also want to read a poem a day. And so I need to check where I left off last year. I read a poem each day for last Nevermore. I want to do the same thing for Nevermore this time because poetry, I am not as well versed with the poetry. And I'll be honest, I'm not the most well versed when it comes to poetry in general. Sometimes I just don't get it. Like I don't, understand like what is being said. So I mean, I know poetry can be open to interpretation, but I also know that anyone who writes poetry, there is a lot of symbolism and there's a lot of metaphors and similes that are like alluding to themes and feelings. And sometimes I miss the boat on it. I should have taken probably more poetry classes when I was in college. But anyway, so Masque of the Red Death, a poem to start. And y'all, Kelsey outdid herself. So we had our birthday celebration on Saturday, and she ended up, my gifts were pretty much thematic. So I got some Poe stuff, some folklore stuff, and some zombie stuff. So she gave me this pin. I don't know if y'all can really see it. It's 2 pins. It's the Edgar Allan Poe and then the Raven, which is very fitting. I'm wearing my Nevermore earrings today. Of course, my hair is down, so you really can't see them very well. And Kelsey didn't give me these this year. She gave them to me for Christmas or my birthday a couple of years ago. But anyway, they're fitting for today. But, and we'll make sure I don't roll over Bailey. She's actually in the door. That's why I can't close it. But I'm going to show y'all my foot. She got me new socks. And so I'm wearing my new socks, quoth the Raven. And you can't really tell, but there's Edgar Allan Poe right here with the Raven. And there's like a tree and the Raven or whatever. That's Poe on one side. So that's Poe on my right side. Well, then on this side, I mean, it's the same thing, but I don't know if you can see. Poe's a skeleton, and so is the Raven. I'm so excited about this. So very excited about these socks. Oh my gosh. But I have been having this book on my mind for a long time, and I recently put it on my wish list to remind myself because I would forget about it, and then I would see it, and I'm like, I really need this book because it is a combination of two types of reading that I love, right? So Edgar Allan Poe, anything written by Poe or anything about Poe, plus it's self-help. And it's called Poe for Your Problems, Uncommon Advice from History's Least Likely Self-Help Guru by Catherine Bob, I guess it's Magura or it could be Magida, I guess, depending on how you pronounce it. I am so excited that I am reading this book this week. Because I just have to. Let me tell you about it. It says, discover the power of positive thinking. Edgar Allan Poe died 17 decades ago, yet today he's more popular than ever, ranking among the most influential writers of all time and counting millions of fans worldwide. Still, of all the writers anywhere, Poe would seem to be the least likely you turn to for advice. After all, his own life was a dumpster fire. He married his cousin, got fired from one job after another, and constantly feuded with friends and rivals. But that's precisely the point. Where Poe failed, he also persevered, drawn deeply on Poe's works. This darkly inspiring self help book will teach you how to overcome life's biggest challenges and succeed at work, love, and art, despite the odds and no matter your flaws. So I cannot wait to dive in. I will also be reading other stories as well. But so the parts are starting out, career and personal finance, sex and death, making art and enemies, and the Popus driven life, advanced techniques. So let me read this little poem here. Oh, no, it's not a poem, but this is by Edgar Allan Poe from 1840. There are some secrets that do not permit themselves to be told. Men die nightly in their beds, wringing the hands of ghostly confessors and looking them piteously in the eyes. Die with despair of heart and convulsion of throat on account of the hideousness of mysteries which will not suffer themselves to be revealed. Isn't this great, y'all? I'm like so excited. Kelsey outdid herself this time for birthday gifts. And apparently I outdid myself with the gifts this year to her. So for her birthday. So anyway, that is what I'm going to be getting up to for today. So Jen said, well, if anyone is napping, we're here gently tapping, maybe even rapping on their chamber door. Love it. Stina's here. Hello. I'm starting where I left off in His Hideous Heart, the Cask of Amontillado and its retelling. Very nice. Very, very nice. I will probably be diving back into His Hideous Heart as well, Stina. I might actually even start it during this week and then finish it for the remainder of the month. But yeah, it's a good choice. And Eleanor said, hi, Kat, I'm under the weather too. No. So we'll be resting and reading. I know Jen knows how to say, is it Ligia? I can't forget to read this one too, because this is Jen's book club pick for this month. So I have to read that too. So that's what she'll be reading this afternoon. I need to learn how to pronounce that. I want to say Ligia, but I don't think that's right. Travis said, not sure if it's just me, but your video keeps skipping and repeating things. It's possible it is the internet. I'm sorry. If it's too bothersome, then I will have to end the stream. But I do know that I also have a update that just came about right when I was about to come on. And I don't know if that has anything to do with it as well. But yeah, I'm sorry. If it gets to be too bothersome, y'all, let me know. And I will just have to end the stream early and we'll be on our own. So Jen said, Jasmine, I hope you feel better soon. I was sick last week. I'm glad you're feeling better. And Amber said, the little of Poe I know is from high school, and that was basically just The Raven. That's sad that they didn't read other stuff. And Travis said, I just left and came back, and it seems fine now, so maybe it was just me. Sorry for potentially stressing you out. Well, you stressed me out for about 2 minutes, but I can't do anything about the technology aspect of life. It's the bane of my existence, that and lighting. Heidi said, I was introduced to Poe by my 8th grade English teacher. One of the Boudica novels was very telltale heartesque. Well, that sounds nice. And I read MS Found in a Bottle and Masque of the Red Death. How did you like MS Found in a Bottle? I read that during my summer of Poe, but that was years ago. So I would have to reread it again to have a good conversation. And hello, Book Goddess. Hey, Cat and all. I love Poe. Me too. And Alicia, I hope you feel better soon. Alicia has had the most horrible time with not feeling well. I think maybe she's not resting enough. Tina said, I do not know much about Poe, but I just downloaded his book Complete Collections on my Kindle. Wonderful. The thing about Poe is if you don't really like scary stories or dark stories, you can read his flights. The way it's listed in my book is flights and fantasies, and he does have some fun little stories. Like I mentioned, the balloon hoax for one is pretty neat because he actually wrote that as an article for a newspaper and people believed it. And then the thingamabob is pretty neat too. I read that one last year and loved it. And Travis said, I'm not the biggest poetry fan, so Poe was never my thing, even though in theater we did a Poe showcase and I was in most of the plays, but I didn't know what was going on. Yeah, really, I'm very limited. I do love Annabelle Lee. It's beautiful. It's beautiful, in my opinion. And of course, I love The Raven. The bells are wonderful. If you can find a good adaptation of it, like where someone is reading it, or narration is what I should say. I listened to one, and the way the narrator read the poem, it's like you could close your eyes and like hear the bells. So it's really cool. And a dog woke me up at 5 a.m. Was it your dog that woke you up at 5 a.m.? That's why you were up early. And yes, I did. Oh my God, thank you. Excellent. Yes, I'm so glad that you got it. And Kirsten is here. Hello, Kirsten. I don't have a Poe read, but my little mile square town has a historical spot called Sybil's Cave that inspired a Poe story, The Murder of Marie Roget. Very nice. I love that. That's one of his detective stories. He is considered like the father of detective stories, and that is one of them. Very, very nice. Well, Kirsten, I gave a bunch of different links in my recommendation video. You can always find something Poe online, really. A poem, a story. You just Google anything like a Poe short story and you'll find something. You could even Google on YouTube and find somebody reading. Like Jen, for example, she listened to Christopher Lee narrating. So I know that they have them out there. A lot out there that you can get on the internet if you don't have something physical. And Travis said, I'm still reading the Jurassic Park prequel and working on a bookish project. We are chilling and not doing much. Well, it's your day off. So that's awesome. And Jen's here. Hi, friends. I'm waiting for my grocery pickup right now. I'll be home in about 15 minutes, and then I'll be able to join for sprints. Excellent. And are you feeling better? I hope you are like 100% now. Poetry is always hit or miss for me. Yeah. Yeah, sometimes I took a graduate level poetry class. I just remember there was this one guy in it, everything. It didn't matter if it was about a shoe, a flower, whatever. It was always about some kind of intimate situation, some kind of sexual, intimate situation. And every time I'm like, how are you getting that out of that? I just think that was just on his mind. That's the only thing I can think, because I'm like, there's no way that this poem is about that. I mean, because it would be poems about everything, and it was not about that. And Travis said, yeah, I usually miss the point of poems. You know what, Travis? You need to make me a list of Poe puns. You need to make that for me. The earrings are so good. I love the pins. I know, I'm so excited about it because I could wear these just anywhere. I mean, if I had like a shirt that had like a collar, I could put it in, on there just for everyday wear, get my Poe on all the time. But yeah, love all the Poe accessories. Thank you. Thank you. Awesome socks. I know. I love my socks. I do have other Poe socks. It has Poe, his head is on the socks all over them. I wear those all the time. I actually got those socks, the ones that I've worn forever, but I only wear them for special occasions. I did wear them when I went to the Poe cocktail speakeasy, but when I wear them, I got them from an Owl Crate box. And so I was like, this is the most amazing thing. But you can get them from Out of Print, the website. They sell a lot of different bookish things. And I keep saying I'm going to get a t-shirt from there that has Poe on it. Have I yet? No. Angela, you are all decked out. I am. I'm excited. Oh no, Kat, don't show your pose on the internet. You got to charge for that. Need to get you an only pose. You're killing me. You're killing me. I was about to say, I don't know if I want to take self-help advice from Poe. The Murder of Marie Roget. Poe changed the setting to Paris, but it was inspired by our cave being the dumping site for the body of Mary Rogers, a New York City cigar girl known for her beauty. Yes, I read that during my summer of Poe as well. That one and the murders at the Rue Morgue, which I love that. That is probably one of my top favorite stories because I do love mysteries. And I love the twist and the turns and what is how it all works out. It's just, I don't know. I don't know if Jen feels that way. I don't think that's Jen's favorite, but I think it is like my favorite. It has been for a while. Jen says, I have Poe for your problems too. I got it when I was in New Orleans for my birthday. I know. We should like compare notes. See if Poe can give us some good advice, Jen. I love a book that encourages me to marry my cousin, but I'm from Alabama, so that's not really a new thing. Well, it's not that it encourages you to marry your cousin. It's just saying that he did marry his cousin. So it's not that it's encouraging that. He's so silly. And we co-create with cousins. Oh my goodness. I'm reading The Balloon Hoax today. Yay! I can't wait to see what you think about it. And to Eleanor, I hope you feel better soon. I know. Okay, so Lygia. Let me write that down. So I won't be saying it terrible. Yes, because Jen and I will be talking not about Lygia, but we will be talking about the Masque of the Red Death. So if this comes up, I don't want to be, not like where I'm supposed to be with this, especially in the company of Jen. Jen is like a Poe expert. And Stina says, I was taught Lygia. Yes. Thank y'all so much. I appreciate y'all. No problems on my end, Kat. Thank you. Maybe it was just Travis. And no problems here. Thank you. It's you, Travis. It's always you. Always. Oh my God. My doctor's office is requiring masking due to the flu surge here. I don't think that's uncommon. I know my friend had to do that when she was working as a labor and delivery nurse. There were times when they encouraged that. But yeah, so many people are sick, and so many of my booktuber friends have been sick, and it's like lingering. So that's really bothersome as well. And hello, Anna. Hi, everybody from Anna. And anyone have a rec for a Poe adaptation to watch? Otherwise, I'll be continuing to read Survive the Night and watch some hockey. Well, I would say it depends on what you're into. If you want some old black and white movies to watch, I would watch the ones with Vincent Price. You could watch The Masque of the Red Death. I plan to watch that during this week since it is an adaptation of our group read. And The Oblong Box, I watched that during Old School April because it happens to be 1969, which is the year I was born, and that was one of the prompts. I enjoyed that one. And if you want to watch any of the Mike Flanagan, he's got The Fall of the House of Usher, so you could possibly watch that if you have not watched that already. The Raven, if you haven't watched that one with John Cusack, is an adaptation where John Cusack is Edgar Allan Poe, and he assists the police because there is a killer on the loose who is killing people based on Edgar Allan Poe stories. So those are the ones that I have seen that I can like kind of tell you. But if anybody else has any other Poe adaptations to watch, please put them in here so that Jasmine can turn that on. But yeah, that's where I'd be with that. Also, too, and YouTube, I did recommend the one with the black cat. I had put a link in my recommendation video for that little short film for the black cat. And then Anna said, love Poe. I used to have a black cat called Edgard because of him. Aw, I love that. And Jasmine, I love Mike Flanagan's Fall of the House of Usher series. I do too. And I told Barry last night, I said, I'm thinking about rewatching the Fall of the House of Usher series this week. And he looks at me like really? And I'm like, yes, because I loved it so much. And the second episode is based on the Masque of the Red Death. So even if I just watch the first and the second episode so that it has the continuity, then I'll feel, I'll feel okay about that too. But I really would like to watch it again. It was beautifully shot. I love the cast. It's very atmospheric, really good. And I love that the characters are based on the characters in his stories and his poems. And each episode is based on a poem or a story. So I love that as well. And Amber said, I think Masque is going to be my first since I'm really curious about the Christopher Lee audio. And hey, all from Amanda. Hello, Amanda. Was I in your class, Kat? No. How would that be possible? How would that be possible? Think about your age. Let's see. I would have to go back and calculate at what time I took that class. I don't even know. You might have been a baby at that point. And Jen said that dude must have been obsessed with Freud. Yes. I'm assuming. But you know what it was too? It seemed like every time, like in the beginning, like he could kind of like he was explaining himself or whatever. But every time he would say something and go down that road, people would just start like looking at each other, and then people would look at the teacher, and the teacher was just like really neutral face. But I'm thinking she must have been thinking like, please just be quiet. And you have your notebook and bookmark as well. That's right. I do. I have my bookmark. This is Kelsey had given me one too. So I have my bookmark that will work perfectly to go into my book. Yes. And I do have my little notebook. I wonder if I should use my little notebook to like jot Poe notes down specifically. And then I could put like Poe stickers. Yes, y'all, Alicia, I have my Poe stickers. Where are my Poe stickers? Nope, not in here. I need to find my Poe stickers. I need to find them. Alicia sent me Poe stickers. I was going to show them to y'all on Wednesday. They're in a pile on my desk. I could use my Poe stickers in my Poe notebook and like jot down what I've read this year and any of y'all's recommendations so that I can watch the rest of the year. Thank you, Alicia, for reminding me about my notebook. That is a perfect example for my notebook. Yes. So excited. And I can't wait to show my stickers to y'all. And happy birthday to you, boy. I know. Poe, Irish, British, but Scottish influences from foster parents. And then Travis said, haha, I love the disappointment in your voice when reading my comments. It's probably my favorite thing. I love you, Travis. You always think that I'm disappointed in you. I am not, Travis. I am not. And Kirsten said, I am in on the Poe thing, but not, but out on marrying your cousin. Yes. Well, sadly, back in the day, that was like not an uncommon thing. But if this will make you feel a little bit better, Kirsten, their marriage, and Jen might be able to back me up on this, their marriage was not necessarily like a romantic kind of situation. But Jen, you would have to back me up on that to make sure that I'm correct with that. That seems like my understanding just based on the biography that I read about him. So I know. It is awkward, but Travis, if it's a good enough for the royal family, what's wrong with marrying your cousin? We should compare notes and see how Poe's advice affects our lives. Yes, we should. And Angela, see, marrying your cousin equals fame and fortune. You get it. Oh my goodness, y'all messing with my Poe. And Travis said, I'm 99.9% Welsh, so sadly that's probably a reality somewhere down the line. And Angela, there's a really good Poe adaptation called Jurassic Park. You should totally watch it. Travis, yes, it was acceptable across the pond. And we brought it over here with us when we all came. Then Eleanor is saying thank you. And hey, Kat and company on my lunch break from work. Woohoo! Hey, Jamie. Jamie, are you doing anything, Poe? Y'all know Jamie made me my pocket Poe. I wish I had a pocket, because if I had a pocket, Poe would be in my pocket right now. And Jasmine said, apparently Sabrina the Teenage Witch Show has an episode with Edgar Allan Poe. They invite him to celebrate Halloween. That's amazing. That is amazing. Use your Pote book. Yes, that's right. The Poe stickers. Yes. And what's so funny about that, Alicia, I had recently put that in my list. I happened to be looking and I was like, you know what? I don't really have any Poe stickers. I wonder if they even make them. And so when I was looking on Amazon, they had that pack. And so what happened was Alicia sent me books for my birthday, and I got those first. And then later on that day, I got a package and I'm like, I wonder what this is. It was the stickers. Alicia, you outdid yourself. I'm going to tell you right now, you outdid yourself. But To Follow the House of Usher might be what I watched this week. It's very good. I mean, you can't go wrong. Stellar cast. And Travis Welsh here too, along with Irish on my dad's side, but British on my mother's side. TMI. You're welcome. I love it. And I picked up his Hideous Heart from the library, excited to start reading it. Yeah, I'll be interested. I read 2 stories out of there last year. I think it was last year or the year before. That book was also given to me by Kelsey, but I keep telling myself I want to read the whole entire book. And like within a time period. My understanding is the marriage was more so he could take care of her. Yes. It was more out of necessity, in the sense that he took care of her as well as his aunt. It was a financial situation. And so while it is like an awkward situation, especially considering, our time now, it was not, from my understanding. But like I said, I'm glad, Stina, that you backed that up, because that's what I was remembering. And Zach said, I still haven't watched the Folklore February video you posted. Zach is also a pun master. Okay, so Zach and Travis, I need a list of Poe puns, because y'all are knocking it out of the park. And please, thank you for anyone who wants to watch my Folklore February video, because it has posted. Thank you to everybody that's already watched. I'm very excited about this year's Folklore February. I'm excited every year, but this year I'm particularly excited, especially about the ABC Adventures and Jurassic Park Poe style. And Carmen said, oh, Poe, you didn't just say that. Travis. Like, oh boy, but oh, Poe. Oh, no, it's just Jurassic Park. He wrote it in the 1800s. It's a well-known fact. If you do the Monster Mash with your cousin, make sure to use prophylactics. Okay, on that note, y'all are hilarious. I'm trying to not be too impolite. Yes, there are some who said Poe and Virginia's marriage was not a romantic one, one in the typical sense, more as a family protector for Virginia and her mother and his aunt. Yes. So that's why I kind of give him a little pass, because of the documentation of that. Also because of the age difference as well. So anyway. Someone needs to put all these into a Poe theme pun book. I need a list of these because honestly, that could go into my Poe notebook. That would be perfect. Poe puns, and then I'd have it for all eternity and can refer to it whenever I'm trying to be really, poetic. Okay, enough. I'm so sorry, y'all. Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, let's get our timer up. We're going to do 45 minutes because I'm actually starving. I did not have lunch, but I will be making a salad. And I also need to feed my dogs. That they keep coming in here, and I know what they're saying. Cat wishes you would have prepared before she went live. I think Travis has all the Poe puns. I'm telling you, 45 is good. Excellent. Okay, y'all. Did it not share? Yeah, there it is. Okay, it started. Hello. Okay, happy sprinting, everyone. Have a perfect time on your sprint. Hello, Jen.
Hey, hey, hey.
Hey, look at Poe in the back.
He's here. He approves this message.
You sound much better. You feeling better?
Yes. It was a rough week last week. I started, having like a little bit of a cough and cold and sore throat Monday and Tuesday. I mean, I didn't feel terrible. I just had all this junk. But Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, rough. And I was finally better yesterday. And today I feel like a perfectly new woman.
I know. I gotta write all these Poe puns down. I'm drinking out my Nevermore mug.
Love it.
I have such an attachment to some of my things that I only take it out for certain special occasions, and then I put it away because I'm so afraid somebody's going to break it.
I understand.
Although I had a favorite mug. It had Witch's Brew on it. I had gotten it from Kirkland's, and I use that every day. That was just my everyday mug. It was a perfect size. Just loved it. And I broke it. Luna, I was in bed having my coffee next to me. I go to pick it up, and Luna was coming at the same time to pet me. And when she nudged me, the cup went. And I was like, you should have put the cup down, then you could have pet her. But no, now you don't have your mug. So,
did you get another one or something like it?
No, because they didn't have it anymore. And then that Kirkland's went out of business. So I was like, oh, that's terrible. But they didn't have it. We went and checked because I specifically was like, okay, Kelsey, we're going to go to this Kirkland's and see if they are carrying it again this year.
Oh, no.
But it's okay. I found other new mugs that I love. Actually, the one that I use pretty much every day for my coffee is my Nightmare Before Christmas. So I use that pretty much every day. Even though I have a million mugs, I just gravitate towards that.
Oh, yeah, you got to have that special mug that kind of sets you off for the day.
So what did you get up to?
I had to do some cleaning of the cat litter box, which is a horror in and of itself. But I did read a few poems in here. I read Lenore, The Valley of Unrest, and The Sleeper, which are three of my favorites. So,
oh, sorry, Bailey.
I just read those.
Well, I think I have The City in the Sea, I think is my next one. Let me see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yes. So The City in the Sea will be my first poem, then The Sleeper, then Lenore.
Oh, see,
I'm going to be reading The Valley of Unrest, The Colosseum, Sonnet to Zante. I guess that's how you pronounce it. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then Bridal Ballad 2, and then it's got dash dash. So anyway, those will be the 7 that I do this week. So I listened to the Christopher Lee Masque of the Red Death while I was eating my salad. So, but I will listen to it again, and I will read it with my eyeballs again because I have to take notes and all of that stuff, for our discussion on Sunday.
I know. I'm so excited.
I love it. And I don't know if anybody noticed on the thumbnail, I tried to put try to refer to the Masque of the Red Death. Put this little person with a red cloak in the hall. It's so little. I don't think anybody even paid attention.
I have to go back and look at it. Now that I know.
A little bit of dash of red in it. So I thought that was kind of cute. But anyway. And Travis said, don't forget to poke the like button. He's something else. And Jen is back from getting her groceries. And Molly's stopping by to hug the like button. I appreciate that. And Nicole said just rearranged the entire living room and part of a couple of bedrooms to accommodate my new beanbag lounger my best friend got for me. Not sure what I'm going to be reading. But I told her, that was very productive. Very, very productive. And Tanya's here. Hey, Kat and friends. Hope you're all well. Well, we hope you're well, too. And Heidi was saying the short movie you showed your students was excellent. I think it was well done. for being a dramatization. I don't know if you've ever watched it, Jen, but it's The Black Cat. I had a link in the description box on my recommendations. It's
Yeah,
very short, but I don't know. I think the guy does a good job.
I do too. Yeah.
So Molly's here. Hey, Molly Dot. And Kirsten said some great quotes in The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Had the routine of our life been known to the world, we should have been regarded as madmen, although perhaps as madmen of a harmless nature.
Yes.
And Kirsten says, I feel seen. I love that story. I think I love the story. One, it's mystery, but it's also has a dark elements. But I think also because of the twist in it that,
Yes.
like, I know what it is now. So reading it again, but like the
Mhm.
very first time you read it, you're just like, oh,
I know, it's so much fun. And like I said in the comments, one of my students in my Poe class one time said the ending or the climax of that was anticlimactic. I'm like, you really think so? Like how? Like why?
I'm thinking, no. If anything, it's like, oh,
Exactly.
brilliant.
Exactly.
Oh, Heidi said one of Clive Barker's books of blood is an homage to murders in the Rue Morgue called New Murders in the Rue Morgue. I read it, not my favorite. I haven't read that one. I have not read all of the books of blood, all the stories in books of blood by Clive Barker. In fact, I need to get back to Clive Barker. I loved him. There was a time I just loved him. And I mean, I still do, but I have not read him. I mean, I read Cabal with Kelsey. She and I buddy read that one because we ended up watching Nightbreed and did a comparison between the movie and the book. And the movies I think is wonderful. David Cronenberg makes a appearance in there.
I haven't seen it, but
Oh
I've
my gosh,
put it on
yes.
my list.
So if you read, I would recommend reading it, but then watching it. And I'm pretty sure Clive Barker directed it, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, it's a favorite. There are some scenes in it that Kelsey and I just cracked up because it's like, really? Why would you be doing this in the middle of this like situation? But as you know, movies back in the 70s, 80s, 90s, sometimes just
Yes.
like ridiculous. But I got to meet him when his book Galilee came out, and just thought he was a lovely man. I
You
wish,
met Clive Barker?
yes, at a
Oh,
little
that's
bookstore. Yes, I have a signed copy of Galilee. It was at a little bookstore called the Maple Street Bookstore that
mhm.
was in New Orleans, and I was so excited. I had my husband bring me down there. My husband had no point of reference. Like, who is this person? I have no idea. He didn't speak like a lot of the authors do nowadays.
Mhm.
He was just there for the book signing. But just a lovely person, just talked to him for a few minutes. But yeah, it's amazing. I'll have to
That
take
is
my book
so
off the
cool.
yeah, I'll have to take my book off. It's right there, and I'll have to show you his signature.
Yes.
Yeah. I've been pretty fortunate. I got to see Stephen King in person. I didn't get to talk to him because it was like an evening with Stephen King,
Mhm.
and I was not going to go up and ask a question because I'm too starstruck,
That's how
and
I
I did not want to say something dumb.
do.
And so the way it worked is your ticket to see him was buying 11/22/63. So
Mhm.
I bought a book for me and I bought a book for Barry. And I just figured I could always give away the extra book, or give it as a gift or something. This was a while ago, of course, when 11/22/63 came out. So he signed, I want to say maybe 50 copies. He signed them. So it was just lanyard if you got the signed copy or not. There was no book signing because you got to listen to him tell his stories. He read from 11/22/63. Some people went and asked questions. I didn't care. I was in the presence of my favorite
Right.
author. I
Right.
didn't want to be like creepy, like, Misery.
Yeah.
I'm your number one fan.
Yeah, never say that. I bet he gets that a lot though.
Yes, yes. And so when we got there and they were handing out the books, we also my friend and her son also went. But out of the four of us, I got the copy that was signed, one of the copies. And I was like, oh my gosh, this is so amazing.
Meant to be.
It was meant to be. I was happy. And then I did get to meet Anne Rice.
Oh,
I got to meet her at a book signing at the University of New Orleans, where I went to school. I got a book signed for my mom. And then I went to a writing conference in New Orleans, and Anne Rice was one of the speakers there. So I got to hear her speak and got her to sign a book for me. I think I had a book or two signed for me. I can't remember. And then she hosted the cocktail party. So I actually
nice.
got to attend that at her house on St. Charles Avenue.
Oh my goodness.
So it was wonderful. It was really wonderful. So
You have had your adventures.
yes, yes, very excited. Carson said to Heidi, which is not your favorite, the Claude Barker book or Murders in the Rue Morgue? And Travis said, I had some coffee and an apple, was good protein. Did some of my bookish project and read a few chapters of my book which is poke. Oh, like it was okay, but it's poke. Oh, he's killing me. Kirsten said to Kirsten, Yattering and Jack also Hell's Event. I only have read the first 2 volumes so far, but plan to get to volumes 3 and 4 soon. And I misread your comment. I loved almost all the books of blood except for New Murders. So she didn't like the newer version of it. Amy, woohoo! Amy read The Masque of the Red Death during the sprint. Yay! I love it. And hi, Sky. How are you? And Amy said, also happy Monday. Hope everyone is having a good day. So far, so good. And Stina said hi to Jen. Now here's all the flooding of the
Hey, Alicia.
Woot, woot, Jen. Like all your fans, Jen. Jen.
Y'all are my number one fans, though.
Sky says, I'm rereading The Witching Hour by Anne Rice. Excellent. I have not read any of her witch books. And I'll be honest, I've only read the first one, The Interview with a Vampire. I need to rectify that because I have a bunch of her books, and then I inherited all my mom's books that she had. So I have to go through them and decide which ones I'm going to keep. I don't need doubles. So I may have to gift my books to someone who is a Anne Rice fan.
Yeah.
You know,
I have like a bind up of the Vampire Chronicles. It's all, in one. I actually got when I was in Bangor at a bookshop there, but I've only read Interview with a Vampire like you. That's the only one I've read so far.
And it was a long, long time ago. I really should rectify that. In fact, I don't know if you know Rachel, who's in Kelsey's Discord. She came to New Orleans in November, and they did a big ball in honor of Anne Rice, put on by her son Christopher. And she had mentioned it to Kelsey and I, but it was like you had to buy the tickets sometime in the summer. And I'm like, I have no idea what my life is going to be like in November. And as it turned out, whatever that weekend was, I wouldn't have been able to go anyway. So I'm glad I did not, get the tickets. But she went and told Kelsey she had a wonderful time. I've seen some video. People are in costume but Kelsey's like, I've never read anything by Anne Rice, so I feel weird going. And like I said, it's been so long for me. I'm like, yeah, because the tickets were kind of pricey too.
I bet.
But I mean, if for anybody who's a fan of Anne Rice, I think it would be amazing because some of the costumes I saw were beautiful. And Stina said, I listened to the Michael Pearl narration of the Cask of Amontillado. Very nice. That is a good story. I think that is a very good story. I also love what they did with it in The Fall of the House of Usher.
Yes, I did too.
And Amber says, hi, Jen. And Alicia said, I managed to set up my financial binder and I bought and downloaded the Spirit City expansions. Very nice. productive. Amy said, glad you're feeling better, Jen.
Thank you. Me too. It was a rough go for a while.
Jen, my polar opposite friend.
Yes, we're both in Alabama, and I just want to say I do not concur with what Travis said. I am not marrying my cousin. No desire to marry my cousin. He's in the northern part of Alabama. I'm down on the Gulf Coast. We are different down here. We are polar opposites. I love you, Travis, though. Never forget, I do love you.
Oh my gosh, amazing. Stina said I have a Mystery Writers of America mug with Poe on it. It made it into the dishwasher somehow, so some of the paint melted. So now I use it to hold bookmarks. Yeah, and I want to tell you that my mug that Kelsey gave me, the one about Stephen King, you know, like if you read, be careful about women that read Stephen King. It has changed color. It's like weird. It's like it's got kind of like a weird, like purplish, bluish thing. And I think it's because whatever they use to put that on the mug, putting it in the dishwasher has done something to it. So I need to make sure I wash that one by hand.
I have one of those. This is never underestimate a woman who reads.
Yes.
Yeah, I've hand washed mine, so that could be it.
So, and come to think about it, I'm not 100% sure if it said that you could put it in the dishwasher or not. I'm not sure, but sometimes my son Barry uses it. So that's what I'm saying. Some of my things I need to put like away. Yeah. So I'm like, okay, let me put it away. I know I can't, wash that in the dishwasher. So, yeah, because it's like, it's a perfectly good mug, but I don't want it to be weird, And then Barry kept a mug from his mom's house, my husband, Barry, and it didn't say if you could or couldn't wash with it. Well, it was some kind of a mug. He was just going to save it as a sentimental thing. And I didn't realize, but I was taking stuff out the dishwasher. I'm like, what is this weird green stuff on here? And I'm like scraping it off or whatever. Well, it was from the mug. And so Barry's like, well, I'm not going to keep this because it looks ridiculous. So it was the end of that. Jamie said, had lunch and video chatted with my grandson so he could show me his snowman. So cute. Back at work now. And now I've started on It's Carnival by Tiffany D. Jackson. Very nice. Amber said, listen to Christopher Lee audio for Masque of the Red Death and started the Vincent Price adaptation, though I'm not far into the movie since I had to start some rice in the rice cooker. Very nice. Have you seen the Vincent Price adaptation?
I have not, and here is my Poe failure. I have never watched any of the adaptations except for Mike Flanagan's The Fall of the House of Usher. And I did watch, what was that movie, Pale Blue Eye? I did watch that.
Okay. Did you read the book?
No, just watch the adaptation. But yeah, I've never watched any of the Vincent Price, which is so bizarre, but I have not.
The only one I watched was The Oblong Box, and I chose it for Old School April because it was 1969. So I'm like, that's perfect. I'll watch it. And it's Poe related. So I need to, that'll really help. So my recommendation video, which I need to rectify my like Poe related, I guess, or inspired works, is that I tend to read the same stories over and over again. Just, they're just so good and I love them and I need to change that. And I just have never really thought about watching anything that's kind of Poe related. Yes. So I need to change that also. So I really want to watch all of the Vincent Price, adaptations for sure, because he's like so good. But I need to do it throughout the year. And then I'm going to have like another recommendation video of everything I watched at that point. So everything that I recommended, I actually read or watched, with the exception of His Hideous Heart. I only read a couple of stories out of there, but I felt like it was a good compilation, for people to, one, you could read the original tale and then read the reimagining of it.
Yep. So, I have it, and I've only read a couple of the adaptations in it too.
Yeah, I did read Red, which is the adaptation for the Masque of the Red Death.
Yeah.
So anyway, I think I might even reread it again. It might be something we could talk about. That was the thing too, was when we talk about Masque of the Red Death, if there's anything like adjacent to that, we could maybe talk about future looking at that if we haven't done it already.
Okay.
So yeah. Travis said, "Erg, I don't want to go to work tomorrow. I have zero motivation at work, and now waking up at 5 is potent."
We're laughing at your pun, not at your dilemma.
No, I get it. Jen said, "I started The Masque of the Red Death. I'm hoping to finish one more of my 3 books I'm currently reading before I start the Poe Shadow." Very nice. I hope you enjoy the Poe Shadow. I love the Poe Shadow. You've read the Poe Shadow, haven't you, Jen?
I haven't. I have it,
You
but I
have
haven't
it.
read
You
it.
have
Yeah.
it. Well, Matthew Pearl is another author I have met in person at a little bookstore in New Orleans. My husband took me for that as well. He did speak, but it was when his book, The Dante Chamber, came out. What I love about Matthew Pearl is he's a contemporary writer that writes like an old-fashioned author, because he writes that literary way. And the 3 books that I have, well, 4, because I read The Dante Chamber, they're all related to authors or poets. So the Dante book is all about the Longfellow and a couple of other, they're going to come to me, authors. And there is a serial killer, and he is killing people that have to do with the levels of hell from Dante's Inferno. And so there is like some body horror kind of situations going on in there. But it's just really neat because you've got these literary men, who are going to solve this case.
Mm-hmm.
And it kind of puts them in danger, kind of thing. Then the Poe Shadow, of course, is about the mystery of Poe's death. And then there is The Last Dickens, which happens to be a mystery kind of story surrounding Charles Dickens. So, yeah. And then the Dante Chamber, one of the poets goes across the pond to like further their investigation. So yeah, I just love it. I love his work. He's got a new book out called The Award, and I want to read that as well. Angela said, "I finished The Balloon Hoax. The mechanics of that balloon sounds like it should have made it across the pond, but we all know it didn't." That's what's so bizarre about it, is that people really believed all of this. When you think about, could this really happen? And in that many hours, I don't know, back in that time. Angela said, "I'll be reading The Facts in the Case of M. Valdemar." I like that one. It is zombie related, but I do like that one. It has to do with mesmerism. And Jamie said, "I'm pretty sure I'm going to reread Barker's The Great and Secret Show and Everville this year. They are my favorite." I haven't read either one of those. I have them. I have both of those on my shelf, but I have not read them. And Jamie said, "Kat, I've met Clive twice. He's such a wonderful man." Yeah. I thought he was lovely. He was just really very quiet but very just, like he's the type of person that would have given you the time to talk to him, like he would have made the time to talk to you a little bit. But I'm just like I'm not going to sit there and hog up all the time, Travis says, "It's Dolly Parton's birthday too, and I posted a Dolly Poe mashup on the Discord in the general chat." Uh-oh. Poor Dolly. "And prepped dinner, making tortilla soup in the crock pot."
Ooh, sounds good.
Yum. I propose that Travis is taking this joke too far. Amazing. "I read The Masque of the Red Death and started The Murders in the Rue Morgue." Ooh. Well, I hope you enjoyed The Masque of the Red Death. A lot of symbolism in there, especially with the colors, I'll just say. And Travis said, hey, I didn't say I was going to get my cousin. Get with my cousin. Alicia said, "Jen, just got home and now I'm cooking dinner. I started the Poe Shadow this morning. Yay." And Angela said, "I decided to branch out this year and read more of the lesser known Poe stories."
Yeah.
Very nice. Very nice. And Kat is a pollinator, just spreading Poe everywhere.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I'm going to have to take a picture of that. He is so clever.
He is.
He is so clever. Okay, let me take a picture of this.
Pollinator.
A pollinator. So funny. Jack London's take on Masque of the Red Death is interesting. So is Corey Dr. Rose, but it's not for the squeamish. Yeah, I could say actually Mike Flanagan's what he did with Masque of the Red Death was not for the faint of heart.
No. The funny thing is too, we're talking about Stephen King, but I just recently did a reread of The Shining, and there's a huge part of that. I mean, he talks about Masque of the Red Death, and he references that a lot when it comes to like the ball that took place at The Shining and the clock. And it's also like in Dan Simmons' The Terror, there's like a masquerade ball, and they talk about like references to the clock and to people partying and not thinking anything can hurt them.
Well, and I will say, if anybody here is also participating in the Mardi Gras Readathon, you can count the Masque of the Red Death for the ball or the elegant event, because I counted that a couple of years ago. Yes, Alicia, the Dante Club. Yes. The Dante Club was on my son's reading list, my son Barry's reading list one year. And I love to read everything the boys had for summer reading, or if they read something throughout the year, because the teachers would pick some pretty good books. And the Dante Club was one of the ones Barry picked. Well, when the book came in, when we got the book, I read the back of it and I'm like, this does not seem like a Barry book. I'm like, I just cannot imagine him reading this and enjoying it. So I told him, I said, Barry, I don't know if you're going to enjoy this book or not. So I think maybe you should pick something else. He's like, well, I need one that's the shortest book that I can read or whatever. And he ended up reading a Fanny Flagg book because I was like the shortest one, but it was more contemporarily written. So it would have been just better for him. But I was like, I just can't see him doing that. But yeah, if you have the Dante Club, I would read it for sure. It's very atmospheric, and the deaths are gruesome, and it's got the mystery element. He's very good about, I just think, and his writing to me is really nice, really beautifully written. Travis says, I'm hoping to make progress in my book and finish it tonight. And Jen is a professor.
That sounds like we could have a podcast, Kat. The pollinator and the professor. The
pollinator and the professor. The pollinator and the professor.
Yes.
Yeah, and the whole podcast will be Jen and I professing our love for Poe.
Exactly.
Oh, we're gonna lose viewers. They're gonna be like, enough.
The podcast.
Oh, Alicia said I might start dinner in the next sprint or take a nap. Oh, well, if you're not feeling well enough, I would take the nap if you need more rest. Travis says, Kat is possessed by the spirit of Poe. Okay, I'm done for now. Kat, you're going to have to rewatch the stream to write down Travis and other Poe puns. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't know. Can you see all the messages after you do a live stream? I'm not sure if you can.
I'm not sure either.
Yeah, I might have to do it while we're on here. I might have to write them down. Angela, she got this. She's a professional. Ridiculous. Alicia, are you going to have Poe chops?
I knew when he said he was finished. I knew that wasn't true.
He can't help himself.
No.
Oh my gosh. Well, now that podcast has to happen. This is the book that Alicia, I know I've showed this on here before, but look how pretty it is.
I love that.
Isn't that awesome? So I could, and what I love about this one, it has a pocket in the front right here. So I could put memorabilia and stuff, or ephemera, if you want to call it that. But, and then here's the back. That's the back. But it's lined paper, so I could write on the paper directly. The paper seems thick enough that I could glue on it. I could use some washi tape on the ends. So I might make this my Poe specific notebook.
Yeah.
Yeah, A Chilling Tale by Edgar Allan Poe, but it will be adapted by Kat Loyacano.
Love it.
Oh my gosh. Hi, Shakira. Welcome, welcome. And Angel said, oh man, I want some Poe chops. Nope. We are having chicken dino nuggets and sides. There you go. She's eating a dish for your event, Travis. A dino nugget. Okay, so we are ready to go on to our next sprint. Is 45 good for you, Jen?
Yeah, that's good.
Okay, so Angela said, Kat, maybe you can have a po' boy for supper tonight. I know I'm mad that I didn't have Barry make me a potato. That would
There
have
you
been
go.
a good dinner, but I did not have enough, sight into doing that. I've been kind of running myself all over the place, like a chicken with my head cut off.
I'm having potatoes tonight for real, and I didn't even intend, but now, of course, I meant to do this, right? It's a potato.
Oh, that's right. Jurassic pork. When it rains, it poos.
I do have a shirt that says that.
Oh my gosh. Okay. We promise. You will have 45 minutes of no Poe puns. We promise you. 45. And Poe me another coffee or drink. Actually, I need to show you my other gift. I'll do it when we come back. I have Poe spoons, like teaspoons. Kelsey got them for me, and they are amazing. Barry said, out of all my gifts, because I showed him everything when I got home on Saturday evening, he's like, the spoons are amazing. So I'll have to show that on when we come back. And Alicia says, nevermore. Well, maybe a little more. Po not go anywhere, folks. Oh gosh, I had mashed potatoes.
Perfect.
Oh gosh, we have to stop. I'm about to cry, y'all.
Me too.
Oh gosh. I need a little break. Oh god. Oh, potentially spooky. And oh no, I hear sirens. Must be the popo. With that, folks, please, happy sprinting. Hello. Welcome back. Welcome back. How did everybody do during that sprint? I read a poem called The City in the Sea. And my interpretation of it is that it's some kind of abandoned city ruled over by death.
I
Is that about
concur.
the imagery is beautiful. I love that he uses alliteration and, of course, personification. I mean, because death is personified in here. So nice. The imagery, like I said, is wonderful. Um, yeah, so I decided to read it with my eyeballs first. And then I found one that I listened to, but the way I didn't post it, I posted the one that I thought sounded better. But the way the person recited it, it was really fast, and I don't think it's supposed to read that fast. It seems more of something that should flow a little bit, because if it's supposed to be underwater, it just seems like it would be slower. But then I found one by Basil Rathbone. Have you heard of him, Jen?
I have, and I'm trying to think of like, what is this husband? What is he? But I do know that name.
Well, I think he's the one that recited the poem "The Bells" that I listened to. But from what I gathered, just looking at the description box, he and Vincent Price both have read, I guess, poetry by Poe, and maybe stories as well. But anyway, I posted that in the Discord because that one was more like what I would have figured it to be. And then I did not realize this. I've only watched The Fall of the House of Usher once, but there is a scene in The Fall of the House of Usher on Netflix where Verna is speaking to Madeline. Verna is played by Carla Gugino, and Madeline is played by Mary McDonnell. And it's at the point where, of course, their dynasty, things are
Yeah.
happening with the dynasty. So I think it's wonderful. But I will say, if you watch it, I posted the video too. Her recitation of it is an abridged version. It's not the entire poem, but she touches on like things that would be pertinent to what's going on with the ushers. So very excited to see that, because I'm like, that makes me even more excited about going back. But I think that's what people don't realize. I mean, I noticed a lot of Easter eggs and stuff just based on what I have read of Poe, but there's got to be so much more that I'm missing. Like, I missed that because I had never read The City in the Sea.
Yeah, there's so much in it. So much.
So, yeah, and I love that the characters in The Fall of the House of Usher are characters from Poe's stories.
Yes, I do too.
Oh my gosh, especially author Pym.
Yes.
When you
Yes,
find out the part he plays and who the actor is that plays him is amazing as well.
he is.
So that's what I did. I went ahead and read the poem. Then I found an audio for it on YouTube, and then listened to Carla Gugino. I had to write the pronunciation because the way it looks, it doesn't look like it'd be like that, but I guess it does. Gugino. She's wonderful. I mean,
She
she
is.
was the lead actress in Gerald's Game. Did a
Yes.
fantastic job with that. So, and Mike Flanagan has used these actors in a lot of his productions. So you'll see them appearing again and again in different things. And in fact, Mike Flanagan's the one that directed Gerald's Game.
Yep.
Which I
The
think
the
is fantastic.
supposedly unadaptable novel, but he did a great job with
Oh,
it.
I think he did a fantastic job.
Yes.
Yeah, a fantastic job considering like the type of story it was. It's not one of my favorite King stories. I appreciate it for what it is, and I appreciate the connection to Dolores Claiborne. And but I don't know. I think it might be because of the content that it's a little,
It's a tough one to read and to write about, because Jessie was one of my, women I wrote about in my thesis, and it was a mentally trying time to be in that space with her.
Yeah, and Dolores Claiborne also, and the whole thing of what connects Dolores Claiborne and Gerald's Game, both are tied to abuse. So,
Yes.
Although what happens in Dolores Claiborne is an effect of that.
Yeah.
Whereas but it triggers both of them. I mean, it triggers, in Gerald's Game, it's a trigger
Yes.
kind of thing, but because of something.
Yeah.
Any spoilers away. But anyway, I love that connection of it. But content-wise, it is a tough one to read. And I think it's not one of my favorites, because that's not one of my favorite things to read about when I read stories. But with that being said, the character herself is phenomenal.
Yes,
she's strong. She's a strong female character, and I love that. And I love that how King wrote her that way. But yeah, anyway, that was just a side note of what I got up to. How about you, Jen? What did you do?
Toasted my man Poe, happy birthday, and then I popped some popcorn, and then I read This Sleeper aloud to Tim, because it is one of my favorites, and he very patiently listened to it, and then I was telling him, analyzing it for him, and then he was making jokes, about it. I'm like, you don't even appreciate it.
I know. I could see me trying to read some Poe too. Like, a story is one thing, but for me to read the poetry, I don't know. Maybe I'll try it. Tim kind of reminds me of Barry when it comes to like he patiently listens, or whatever I'm going on and on. Like, he called me today to have a conversation with me, and I'm like, today is Poe's birthday. I believe he'd be like 217 if he was alive. It's like, okay, well, this is what I'm playing.
Right.
I'm a woman.
Karma's joined us back here, so
hello,
Karma. Hey, Karma, look this way. There you
go. Beautiful kitty. Hey, kitty, kitty.
Hello.
Beautiful kitty. Yeah, so yeah, that's what I got up to. So I think we did really well. Now, I did go back and I took pictures of the screenshots, so I didn't have to write everything down. I did that at the beginning. And then I wish I would have thought about it. I could have played the streaming on my iPad, because I was able to take screenshots. So it did not give me the whole list. It just gave me part of the list where I came in. So I took screenshots of that, because maybe I could print those screenshots and put that in my little notebook, some of the ones with it. So we'll see. So let me see where we left off. We left off with Travis and the Popo. So now, then Alicia said, raving about my love for coffee, nevermore without it.
Yes, I can get on board with that.
And Alicia's like, positively hilarious. And Zach came back in. I missed the last chatty bit. I apologize. Nevermore a dull moment. It's going to be like sprints where Jen and Kat laugh the entire time.
Yes.
Molly says, I'm starting with is it Metzengerstein? Is that how you
pronounce to me?
I downloaded a collection of short fiction from Standard eBooks, which provides out of copyright books for free. Excellent. Finished Metzengerstein. One story is enough for now, so I can make progress with other books. Yes. I read that during Summer of Poe, but it's been so long I forgot about it. Is Metzengerstein the one with the horses? Do you remember, Jen?
I haven't read that one, so
okay.
Another Poe fail.
And then Paula's here. Hi, Kat, Jen, and chat. Happy birthday, Edgar Allan Poe. Just popping in to hug the like button. I appreciate it. Paula's channel. I don't know if do you follow Paula, Jen?
I don't think so. I need to
Okay,
though.
well, she lives across the pond, so I
Mhm.
don't always get to catch her sprints. But she was on one night. I can't remember if it was a Saturday night or a Friday night. I don't know when the night was. I'll be honest. I can't remember. All my days are running into each other, but I was up and I was working. I think I was working on editing or something. And she was on, she plays trivia. And the trivia was so much fun, except what happened for me was I was playing on my HP laptop. And so it was just hard. It was hard to like, before I could even try to do whatever I had to do, the answer thing went away. I had to figure out first how to play the thing.
Mhm.
And then once I got the hang of it, I just couldn't do it fast enough because I was kind of looking at, I had to go between tabs. That was the
Mhm.
problem. I had to look at the screen, Paula's screen, to see what was the action over there, then go to whatever the question was. So I think if I ever make the sprints again, I'm going to use my phone. But it's an app, and you play whatever you play on, you pick a character, and then you see the character on there. It was just a
Oh,
lot
that
of
sounds
fun.
like fun. I wrote her channel name
Yeah,
down.
I died immediately because I was just like, whatever. I was the Swedish fish, so my Swedish fish had X's over my,
Oh no.
and I was dead, and I could never ever become, reanimate or anything. I got a couple of questions right, but some of them I totally missed because I wasn't fast enough between the
Mhm.
tabs. So anyway, lesson learned. Oh, and then Travis said, I read some more of my book, then watched some TikToks. I didn't live up to my full potential. And then Angela said, I really enjoyed the facts in the case of M. Valdemar, but I never want to see a black tongue talking and telling me I'm dead. I like that story. That is one of my favorite stories. I just like it too because it's zombie adjacent, and when you look at I've seen like illustrations of it, and Valdemar is not nice looking. I need my husband to wake up so I can make Poe decisions and order dinner because I have zero motivation to cook. Ba-dum-bum. Jasmine said, watch some hockey and took a little nap until I had a coughing fit.
Uh,
Ugh.
I'm
Yeah,
so sorry.
coughs
I
are
hope
the
you're
worst.
better. Mhm.
Coughs are the worst. And Kirsten is 38% into the murders in the Rue Morgue. Nice
Yeah.
progress. Uh, Pope, Pope, you feel better soon, Jasmine. He's trying really hard. Alicia says, I took a micro power nap, nice, and started dinner and got my financial binder cleaned up. Very good. And Angela said it's -7 degrees now. I should probably go
Wow.
out to my car and see if it starts. Brr. Well, we've been in the 30s. I haven't checked to see what our temp is, but I was like, it's been cold, just really
Mhm.
cold. And the sun's out today. I noticed some people posted what their day was like gloomy and foggy, very atmospheric for the
Yeah.
first day of Nevermore. But we have sunshine, but it's not warm enough to go out. So I made sure I walked on my treadmill this morning. I'm like, if I'm gonna have to do it, I might as well do it this morning. Stina said I got some work done on migrating my calendar. And Alicia, you, me, a poem nap.
Yeah.
Oh, Amber watched more of the Masque movie, and this is a crazy adaptation of that story, but it is pretty to look at. Yes, I think because of a lot of the red. There's a lot of red in it, if I'm not mistaken. And I don't know if I think it's inspired by Poe's The Mask of the Red Death, but I'm not sure if it's a straight, like they might have taken liberties. So that's what I'm curious to see what happens in the movie. What's Poe's favorite dessert? Calamari pie. Oh my gosh, Linda finished a Telltale Heart. Yay!
Yay.
That's one of my faves. One of my
Yes.
faves. I also love that SpongeBob SquarePants had an allusion to Telltale Heart when he had his boots.
Yes. Yes.
Heather Carmen says, I'm at 80%. Gold star. You're getting close. Yeah, it's going to be Poe freezing tonight. Sherlock actor, I think. For
Basil Rathbone,
Oh,
maybe?
Basil Rathbone. Okay. Yeah, I just like him. I'm pretty sure he's the one that I listened to The Bells, if I'm not mistaken. His name just sounds familiar. And then Mindy's here. Hello, Mindy. Mindy said, I read Ligeia. Did I pronounce that right? Ligeia?
Lygia.
This morning. I
Yay.
read Oliver Twist by Charles Dickens during the sprint.
All
And
right.
my Hoopla audiobook returns tomorrow. Very well. Very good. I hope you're doing fine, Mindy. I know you're taking kind of a little break. And Stina said Basil Rathbone played Sherlock Holmes. Ooh. And Basil Rathbone
Me
was
too.
famous for playing Sherlock Holmes. Used to watch those movies all the time as a kid. Okay, well that's good to know. I had no idea. I just like his voice. Alicia says, "Why is a raven like a writing desk?" I've heard this one because Poe wrote on both. I remember
Cute.
that.
That's cute.
Very cute. Oh, I wanted to tell you, Jen, if you haven't seen, Jellicle put a recipe for the Masque of the Red Death cocktail.
Yes.
And I
Yes.
asked Barry if there was any way we could get those ingredients because I might make one for Sunday if we can.
I saw those
Well,
ingredients. I'm like, I don't even know if I can find those around here. If y'all don't know, I'm in like Podunk. Podunk. I wasn't even intending that pun then. Podunk, Hale, South Alabama. So a very rural area.
Yeah, I don't know. Some of them I don't even know what it is. So I'm like,
Yeah.
Barry's like, well, if we can find the ingredients and they're not like $1,000,000, because that's the thing. Sometimes some of the ingredients are very expensive.
Yes.
And then Jen said, I read The Masque of the Red Death. Yay. And Jamie said, no reading that sprint, totally all work. Boo. And Alicia said, I ate dinner and now I'm making bread for tomorrow, then time for Poe.
Ooh, homemade bread.
The more you know. And hi, Kitty.
Yes,
Karma.
she's still back here. I think, yeah,
Amber
she's
said, that
sleeping
is a
now.
gorgeous cat.
Yeah.
That's her little cat that just showed up one day. And Angela said, I took screenshots too. That's awesome. And then, yes, it's a horse story. Yes. Okay. So now I remember. I remember vaguely, but I remember them being a horse in that one. Yeah. It makes me want to reread them again. I'm heading out to have dinner. Good night, and don't let the Poe bugs bite. Travis.
Bye, Travis.
Molly Dot says, "Yep, it's the horse one. I've no idea how to pronounce the name either. I think it is the way I'm saying it, but I'm not 100% sure. I guess I would have to listen to a pronunciation of it. In all fairness, thank you, Alicia. I appreciate that. Paula's currently sprinting, but Alicia follows her, and Alicia has played the game before.
Mhm.
So, because Alicia popped in that day that I was on there. And so I'm like, ooh, I just know if I ever do it again, I am going to use my phone. And then, oh, whoops, what happened? Murder Trivia Party is best played with a phone through Jackbox.
Jackbox.
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I learned my lesson, Alicia. That was the first time I ever played, but I was online and I had her sprints up while I was using my Mac. So I'm like, whew. What is your favorite post-apocalyptic novel? That's a good one. I read the poem Lenore and watched a
Yeah,
line analysis on YouTube like this one. Yeah,
yeah.
so I think I'm gonna have some good ones. I wonder if they put them in order of, like, best to well, I don't know. Maybe they put them. No, they didn't. I'm wondering how they chose to maybe from his most famous ones, because The City and the Sea is supposed to be one of his famous ones, like one
Mhm.
of his well-known ones, because then I'll have The Sleeper and then I'll have Lenore. I'll have that one.
It's a good
That'll
one.
be, that Tuesday will be The Sleeper, Wednesday. And then there is one perk to the brutal blowing wind today. It cleaned the snow off my car quite nicely. Oh, well, there's the silver lining for
Yeah.
sure. I just hate that you have all that snow and have to worry about that. And Malik says, I'm going to go outside and see if the northern lights are visible. I've never seen them.
Oh,
I haven't
cool.
seen them either. That would be really cool. Amber said it's so vibrant and the contrast and lighting is incredible. I need more movies to look like that again. You know what
Oh,
the Mask of the Red Death kind of reminded me of, just looking at the images? It kind of reminds me of Suspiria.
well, I'll be sold on it then because
I mean,
Suspiria 1977, the OG Suspiria is one of my favorites.
well, it reminds me of that because of the vibrancy of the red, and that's
Okay.
when you look at the images online of the Mask of the Red Death with
Mhm.
Vincent Price, it's the same thing. That's what it kind of reminds me of. So I don't know if the story is as wonderful as Suspiria.
Right.
Yeah, Kelsey's always like, that's Kelsey's favorite, one of Kelsey's favorite movies.
Same.
And she's
Yeah.
like, I didn't think you liked it. And I'm like, I'm like it. I mean, it's not my favorite movie in the whole wide world, but I appreciated it for the art and the music. You know, it's one of those movies, I think the more you watch it, the more you appreciate it,
Yeah.
perhaps.
Because I had Tim watch it with me one time because he's kind of on board with horror movies just because he's married to me, so we can't get away from it. But that one, after we watched it, he was like, "What the hell just happened? What was that?" I'm like, "A
Right.
great movie." But yeah, Kelsey and I are on the same wavelength with Suspiria and Possession. So
Yeah, I've never seen Possession, but she really
it's
does love Possession,
it's
so
so
that's
good.
one I think I would have to watch. Possession might be one I could watch because 'cause I'm doing my ABC Adventures with movies, and that could be
Mhm.
my P, for Possession, so I haven't made my list or even gotten that far yet. I'm trying to get myself acclimated with, Poe. I wanna do my Nevermore, and I wanna focus on Nevermore, and then I can focus on Folklore February,
Yeah.
and once I'm in Folklore February, then I'll start branching out. I am doing some stuff, but,
Mhm.
it's like if it happens, it happens,
Yeah.
but if not, I have plenty of time. I mean, we're just in the first month.
Yes.
I love the Telltale Heart. I know, I do too. Coda! Woot woot! Hello, Coda. I love his profile picture.
I do too.
And
That's
hello,
beautiful.
friends from Coda. And almost 30 people watching. I know. Woot woot. That's a lot for me. Um, Alicia says another tip for playing with Murder Trivia Party: if you ever have to do dictation punishment, text to speech for it. Thank you for that tip. I appreciate that. Alicia, does she play the trivia every time she sprints, or is it just certain sprints that she does it? And also, too, the other thing about Paula is I love her accent. I just love her accent because she has a British accent. So it's just the way she talks, and she's very cool. Amber says, I haven't seen Suspiria yet. I need to finally get to that soon.
Yeah.
I would recommend it, Amber, because, like I said, it is a very visually, it's beautiful, the colors and the story itself, like what happens in the story is really well done. It's and the music, of course, is very good. It's just one of those movies, like I said, I have to watch it. I have to watch it again so that I appreciate it a little more. It was the same thing that happened to me with Christmas Evil. The first time I watched Christmas Evil, I'm like, Kelsey, what the heck? Why you made me watch this movie? That was the worst movie ever. I was like, especially the flying van thing. I'm like, what is
Right.
going on? I'm like, this is so cheesy and corny and ridiculous. Right up her alley for
Yeah.
sure.
Yeah.
And then I was like, I'd made the comment one day that I would watch it again, and that's when we did that whole, team red or green.
Uh-huh. I remember that.
And then I watched it again, and I did bump it up because there was more to the movie than met the eye. Like, you couldn't just literally, there was meaning to it. There was stuff that was going on, thematically and stuff,
He
and there
was
was a message.
traumatized.
Yeah, there was a message, and all that kind of stuff, but it's still ridiculous.
It
It's
is.
still a ridiculous movie, and I think I gave it like a 2 or 2.5 maybe, and then I think I bumped it up a half star. It's so long, but it's so ridiculous. If you wanna laugh, then
Yeah.
I would recommend Christmas Evil. Molly said, "I saw stars, but no lights. I don't know if I'm too late or just that it's cloudy northwards. People near me saw them an hour ago." I don't know. I wish I was able to. And speech to text, I meant. What did you say? Because I thought that's what you said.
She might have said
And
text,
yes, usually,
maybe.
did I say it? Did I say it wrong? Text to
She might
speech?
have. I can't remember
Okay.
either. I'm
But
blaming
I
the wine.
understood what you meant.
Mhm.
And yes, she usually puts it in the titles of her sprints with games. Okay. Yeah. That'll be fun. And then Cameron's here. Hey, Cameron. We've been out at antique malls looking around today, but have been turning it on and off. Wait, but have been tuning in off and on. Now we're home and ready to get warm. It's 9 degrees here. Oh, gosh. So
Wow.
you're 9 degrees. Poor Angela's negative 7 degrees. I feel for you because we're like in the 30s, maybe the 40s now, and that's freezing for me. That's too cool for me. Yesterday, Barry had a fire in the fireplace the whole entire day. So that was amazing,
That's
because it
nice
was just so
though.
cold.
Yeah.
'Cause it was
Yesterday here, like yesterday morning, our lows were in the 20s and our high was only like 48. That was either
mhm.
yesterday or Saturday, one of those days, but it was in the upper 20s, I think, again last night.
Yeah, my friend Simon lives in Atlanta, not in Atlanta. He lives 2 hours from Atlanta, and, he had snow, like snow flurries or whatever. So, well, I'm glad you're here, and I'm glad you went
Yeah.
antiquing. And Amber said that was my reaction to Christmas Evil as well, so I might have to rewatch it too. I'm fine with silly nonsense, but Christmas Evil bored me when I watched it. Well, this was the most ridiculous thing about Christmas Evil. Like, people would be murdered, or but yet they had so much time to get away.
Yeah,
Or like, there's a scene when he breaks into the house. I'm like, how does this woman not, like, if somebody was in my house and doing this to her husband, I would have woken up like
right. And
within a
wasn't there like
second.
this party type thing and there's like steps or something? And
Yes. It's
yeah, yeah. Because it's been a few years since I watched it. That's one of those. I love you, Kelsey, but for me, that one's a watch once, never again.
it was crazy. Just crazy. I said text to speech, but it's speech to text. No, well, I read it that way and thought it was fine because I knew what you meant. Oh, we have a high of 57 today. Yeah, you got cold this weekend, Alicia. Angela said, I've chosen to read Tom's Crossing for Folklore February, but weighing in at a mere 1,232 pages, I'm seriously having second thoughts. The Audible book is 65 hours long.
Like the
Well, you
stand.
might want to, because for one thing, we only have 28 days in February. So unless you can divide it up to where you could listen to so many hours per day and get done in the month, then that wouldn't be so bad. But, yeah, because that would be at least 2 hours a day, right? Am I calculating that right?
I'm literature, not math. Don't ask me.
Because if we have 28 days, I think it's like, what, 56?
Yes.
Okay, 56. So that would be 2 hours right there with 9 hours left over.
Yeah.
So you would have to do 2 hours and something per day if you're listening to audiobook. I mean, it's possible. I just don't know if I get a lot of listening time when I'm driving. If I don't drive somewhere, I don't get a whole lot done at home unless I'm doing chores,
Yeah.
you know. Yeah, that's big. And I also have Dark Sisters in February. Yes. I know. I
Yeah.
think I'm hoping Dark Sisters is going to be fine. Catherine um, started reading it this month and she loves the writing and said it's good. I mean, there's some moments in it that are, and I was a little concerned, maybe like triggery, horror. Like, I don't know what the horror, like if it's going to be like body horror or just whatever. So, but I do warn people, if you're reading horror, check for triggers. I mean, you could have to check for triggers really in any kind of a book sometimes,
Yeah.
not just horror.
I have Dark Sisters. I'm so excited to read
I
it.
know.
I
I love.
loved Christy Demeester's Such a Pretty Smile, and I liked her novel Beneath and all the short stories I've read of hers and anthologies. So I think it's a great pick. I'm so excited.
Yes, well, I'm excited. I'm excited. That makes me feel good about the pick. Alicia said that is doable, but you would have to read about 45 pages a day for the whole month. Yeah, I guess if you were using your eyeballs, right? And 65 hours, wow, you would have to listen to 2.5 hours a day for the whole month. I know, that's a lot. That's a big commitment. Okay, so I'm looking at the time. We are at 5:10 right now. If we do 45, that'll put us at 6. If we do 30, that'll put us at about 5:40, and then we could chat a little bit and then be off by 6. So what would you prefer, Jen?
Either one of those is good for me.
Okay. What about y'all in the chat? Do y'all want to do a 45 or y'all want to do a 30? And Alicia said, I want to read Alchemist, and that is 1,014 pages. Not sure when I'll read it yet. I do better for longer reads, I think, during the summer, because during this period of time, I'm busy,
Yeah.
with readathons. A lot of my readathons that I participate in and I'm hosting is in the first 6 months of the year.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so 45, 45. So we'll go at 45. And I will be reading some of my self-help. My dogs are like just surround, like I feel like I'm like the bait, like in the water with my shark dogs, like swimming around me. I don't know what they want. I don't know if they want to go outside or if they just want food. I've already
They
fed
probably,
them. I've
they
given them
want,
multiple treats. I think it's like, come on, we need your attention.
yes, I was going to say.
Jen says, I'm going to see if I can watch the movie or start it. So 45 is good. Excellent. Nevermore scroll without laughing. It's not going to happen. Okay, so let's get our kitty up and get us started on this. And that way I can go see what the heck my dogs want with me. And let me also put this as our last sprint. Okay, friends, happy sprinting. We are back. How did you do?
I chatted with Tim a little bit, and then I read A Valentine, which is a poem, and then I wasn't quite finished. I was reading For Annie. How about you?
Okay. Okay, so I took the dogs out. Of course they were ridiculous and we're trying to like tag team and get a bunny that's under the deck. Thankfully, the bunny got away. And so then I told Luna to go potty. Bailey wouldn't listen. So Luna went and pottied. I had to put Bailey on the leash and take her out front so that she could potty because she was just thinking there was another rabbit in there. She didn't see the rabbit go in this little side yard we have. Thank goodness. But when I came back, I read Poe for Problems. I started it. Oh my gosh, it's so good. Okay, first of all, I never really sat there and thought about how much Poe influences like just everyday things. Okay, so first of all, they mention that Poe influenced Jordan Peele in Us. And I'm like, in Us? Now, it's been a while since I saw it. So I'm like, oh yeah, the doppelganger. So it was influenced by William Wilson, but there was also other Easter eggs in there. There's supposedly like a raven thing. Now I need to go back
I do
to
too because I
watch.
loved Us. So
I did too. I loved it.
Yeah,
I love Jordan Peele's movies. I
yeah.
haven't seen his last movie that just came out, but I love his movies. I think he's a fantastic director. I don't know. I mean, I just rave about his stuff. But anyway, so I thought that is so interesting. And then this, I mean, this is a big Poe fail for me. I didn't even think about this. The NFL team, the Baltimore Ravens.
Yeah, that's yeah. When
Oh
I
my!
don't, I don't watch a lot of NFL, but if my husband or son happen to be watching and the Ravens are playing, I'm like, go Ravens! They're like, you just like them because of Poe. I'm like, so
So I am just like so like I'm like I never ever thought about that ever. I mean, how just like duh. But anyway, so at the beginning of this book, so I just read like the introduction part. I read the part that says, I mean, this is very like very humorous, but you're getting some biography. You're getting a biographical information about Poe also. So I read the introduction, The Power of Positive Thinking, and before you move on, Poe's most important Poe tip for you, plus a word about the French who got here first. So they talked about Charles Baudelaire. He was a French writer, I believe, that he liked Poe, and so he was a French writer, so he translated Poe's work in French and he could identify with him. This is probably stuff you've already heard. So, but I mean, I'm like, oh my gosh, I didn't even know this. So, anyway, I'm very excited about that. But there's this one little stipulation in here where she's talking about, my goal here is to draw out the intuitive knowledge, dispense with any pretense of objectivity, elevate Poe to the dark lifestyle guru status he's always deserved, and ensure I receive please seek help emails for the rest of my life. And then she has an asterisk, but the asterisk says, speaking of objectivity and my receiving emails, this is a self-help book, not a complete or completely serious Poe biography. So kids, don't quote me in your English papers like Bab Magira claims John Allen unfriended Poe on Venmo in 1831, or else you'll get a C. I think you will love this, Jen. I mean,
yeah.
I'm just read two little things from it and I'm
Mhm.
already excited. So part one is starting out, and there's 5 lessons to starting out. So that's what I'm going to read tomorrow. Then I went to go get my his hideous heart book because I'm like, I could go ahead and reread Red since I read The Masque of the Red Death. But when I went over there, I'm like, oh yeah, let me get my Poe word search out.
Yes.
So I looked through, and there's a word search for city by the city in the sea. So I started working on that, and I have 6 words left. So I will finish that by the end of today, obviously. But that's part one. There is the city in the sea part two.
Yes.
So I'm going to look at everything that I did today. So that would have been the city in the sea and then the Masque of the Red Death. So I'll look through here and see if, whatever I do this week, that's what I want to try to work on each day, if I can. But I'm thinking this is perfect. I'm so excited.
I have a copy too. The wonderful cat sent me one. She gifted me a Poe word search. I love it.
Yes, well, I saw this in Cracker Barrel, and I'm like, I've got to have this book. So I told Barry, I'm like, I have to have this book. And he's like, whatever. And then I bought the salt and pepper shakers. I'm like, I have to have the salt and pepper shakers just for decoration. So I got both of them. And then I'm like, I know who would love this book. So I looked on Amazon, and I'm like, Amazon had it. And I'm like, you know what? I'm sending it to Jen. I'm not even telling her either.
It was a wonderful,
I was like, please make it there. Please make it there. Because if it didn't, or you didn't say anything, and the whole time I'd be like, did you get it? Did you get it? You don't want to spoil it.
Did you get an unexpected surprise in your mailbox?
Yeah, like, did you get something? Because, I think something was coming your way. I just have this, intuition about it. So I'm excited about that, so I could play some games. And I really should start my Poe puzzle. I have a Poe puzzle that I can put together, but I have to look and see how many pieces it is. I think it might be 1,000. Alicia Yo has the same puzzle, but it's like I don't really have a spot to put it. So it's like I don't know. I might just have to forego it and do it next year. Make a point of doing it next year. Because I've been wanting to do it. Kelsey gave it to me a couple of years ago, quite a few years ago. So I need to do it. But if I do my word search puzzles, that would be good too.
That would be.
Yeah. So when we were left out, Alicia said, call me anytime for family laughs. She's so much, too much. And then Tanya says, good night, all. Thanks for sprints. Thanks for being here, Tanya. Hopefully we'll see you on Wednesday. And Jen said, the movie is an interesting take. So you see, I think that would be great if you can, Jen, if you can get to it before we talk about it. Everything on Sunday, because if a lot of our friends are going to read the story and then watch it, it'd be good to kind of compare and contrast it. Yeah. So I'm glad you said that, Jen of Pages and Chaos. We have our two Jens here. And Kirsten said, almost at the halfway mark in The Murders in the Rue Morgue. Yay! I hope you're liking it. And Molly Dot said, oops, didn't read. That's okay. Stina said, mostly book journaling that sprint. That's fun. And Alicia said, I'm sure she didn't say I hate dinner. I ate dinner, dino nuggets, mashed potatoes, and carrots. And then Mindy said, I ate dinner and read 2 more chapters of Oliver Twist. Wonderful. And Jamie said, got my chapter of The Count of Monte Cristo for the day read. I'll be reading my Poe after work when I won't be distracted. Nice. And then for a TBR-a-thon, I landed on movie game night. So I'll be heading over to Netflix and BritBox to see what looks good. That sounds fun. And Amber says, yes, I'm a Ravens fan, and the mascot is named. Oh my God. I cannot believe that. That is amazing. Amazing. I'm so late to the potty that it makes me want to watch. It makes me want to watch a football game with the Ravens just to say that I did that.
Yes.
I don't watch football anymore. So I just never thought about it. Never in a million years until it was pointed out. But that's the thing. When you go look, some of the stuff that it said, I was like, I want to go now and look. Like, for example, the Beatles stuck him in the top row, 8th from the left on the cover of Sgt. Pepper's Lonely Hearts Club Band.
What? They did? See? I didn't know that. What?
In 2001, Britney Spears kicked off her Dream Within a Dream tour. So that's a reference to Poe, but I don't know what it's
her tour. I was a little like I was an adult, which you were too by the time
Yes,
she
yes, but
yeah.
I'm like, okay,
Yeah.
and then actress Evan Rachel Wood has the final 2 lines of that poem inked in black across her upper back. It says, "As we speak," now this was, let's see when this was, 2021 was the first edition. Sylvester Stallone is trying to produce a biopic. And in parentheses, she's like, "Hey, Sly, maybe combine it with Rambo 6." Okay, so then they had Vladimir Nabokov. I don't know who that is.
He
Alfred.
wrote that, but he wrote Lolita.
Okay, well, that might be why.
Yeah,
Okay, I haven't read that.
I haven't either.
Alfred Hitchcock. Um, let's see. Lou Reed, Joan Baez, and Stevie Nicks have all either recorded songs about Poe or put his words to music. So I am going to check that
Have
out
you
because
listened to Stevie Nicks,
I
Annabelle Lee?
I don't think I have.
It's beautiful. It's beautiful. I use it in my Poe class. We read the poem and then we listen to Stevie Nicks sing Annabelle Lee.
Is that the only? Do you think that's the only reference?
That's the only one I can think of off the top
I'm
of
gonna
my
have to
head, and that's
research
pretty
that.
like on the nose. But she may have more. I'll have to check that out and see.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to research that. And then also too, they mentioned The Simpsons, South Park. That's where they mentioned Jordan Peele's Us. I know for a fact SpongeBob because of the allusion to the
Yeah.
Telltale Heart, because I taught that when
Hmm.
I, taught the Telltale Heart with my kids. But anyway, oh, and get this. In 2015, Maryland's Raven Beer rolled out Annabelle Lee White, a wheat beer Angel's Envy. And in 2018, a Philadelphia distillery launched a whiskey called Fortunato's Fate.
Oh, that's really cool.
So I'm like, oh my
Can we
gosh.
get that whiskey? Can we get?
I think
I
I'm
don't
going to
want
have to do a deep,
Fortunato's actual fate, just the whiskey.
I'm just going to have to do a whole deep dive now,
Yes.
because it has transcended into something more than I ever thought
Yes.
possible. I'm thinking movie, TV adaptations, or seeing him, like somebody making a crossword puzzle or like
Yes.
regular, jigsaw puzzles. Never in a million years. Okay, so yeah. I'm sorry.
You may have to extend it past a week next year if you go all into stuff.
I'm gonna have to figure something out, man. This is just too much, too much for me. We might have to do 2 weeks, Jen. Carmen said, "I finished The Murders in the Rue Morgue and we'll watch an adaptation when we're done." What did you think, Carmen? Did you like it? I mean, I'm assuming you liked it enough that you're gonna watch an adaptation of it, but did you like it? I love it. Stina said, "When I was in school in France, I learned that a lot of French people claim Poe as their own." Yes, well, Baudelaire, there's in this book, they mentioned that he considered him one of his intercessors. Like if he would pray to God, and then that was like one of his intercessors, just because I think he felt like he had a lot in common with them.
I was just telling that to Tim that Poe is my Lord and Savior, and he was like, "That's not true." I said, "Yes, he is." I said, Poe's been there for me when nobody else was. Get out of here."
Well, there is Gretchen Rubin calls it something, your spiritual guide. That's what
Hmm.
she says. And so Poe is your spiritual guide.
Yes, that might sound scary, but he is. My life is scary, so it is what it is. I said what I said.
Oh, well, that's really what, when you read this, you'll realize she was like having a tough time, and
Hmm.
Poe is what got her through it. And then that's how this book came about. So
Love it.
look, I think she was inspired enough to write this book and like make me so happy and joyful right. And, oh my gosh, I'm so giddy with joy right now. Y'all don't even know.
I
It's so
love it.
ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Amanda said, "I started reading Killer Crab Cakes by Olivia J. Washburn," which has to be a cozy mystery. And Amanda, I have to thank you. Like, you get 1,000 gold stars because you were reading that beer cozy mystery series. because I got Kelsey the first one for her birthday. She is so excited because she remembered you reading one of the books and mentioning it on Discord. And she's like, yes, I'm so excited. So I told her, I said, if you like the first one enough, I'll go ahead and get you the rest of the series. But she was so pumped up because not only did I give her that, I had gotten her some other books, but I also bought her beer. And she loved the beer I got. She was like, oh my gosh, I think this is the best beer with the labels that you've gotten me so far. Some of them were hilarious. Because when I go to this place, Red, White, and Brew, it sells wine, beer, liquor, but the beer is so unusual. It's just like I go in there and I try to pick the most ridiculous or nostalgic, or I try to like be thematic with it. So everything was like either winter. I got her a Mardi Gras beer, which she said she had already had drunk that before, but she liked it a lot. So yeah, so the next time I buy her beer will be for Old School April. And I'll try to get, but I did buy her a beer that was the secret of the booze. And it was like it was supposed to be a play on the Ninja Turtles secret of the ooze. It has turtles. It's not Ninja Turtles, but it has turtles on it. And I actually got one for myself. I bought it when I bought her one bottle of beer for Christmas because I had other stuff for her for Christmas. And I saw it and I'm like, ooh, what if they don't have it by the time I go back to get her birthday beer? So I told myself, if it's still there, I'm going to keep the one that I bought and then give her the one that I'll find. So anyway, I have not drunk it yet. I need to look and see. I'm sure, does beer have like an expiration date? I don't even know.
I don't know. I'm wine. I don't drink beer,
I
so
don't
I
really
don't
drink
know.
beer a whole lot. I like flavored beer, and this one is a flavored beer. It's got like kiwi and different fruits in it.
Oh, see, that might be
Um,
good.
yeah, so that's what I usually get. Like if we go to Gnarly Barley, the brewery in town, or we go to Red, White, and Brew, I think that's a place if you would ever, ever, ever come to Hammond, Louisiana.
I'd come for you.
Those are the two places that I would take you, would be Gnarly Barley and Red, White, and Brew. Because
I'll
Red,
be
White, and
there.
Brew, there's a bar,
Mhm.
and then they have all the, stuff you can buy for sale, there. But that would definitely be, and I even told Kelsey, I'm like, Kelsey, I think I'm gonna have to kidnap you again and bring you up here so we can go to Red, White, and Brew together.
Mhm.
The night that she came to see me perform, I can't remember if she and Paul had to go somewhere or if I had to go, but I was like, I think she and Paul had to go somewhere, and she couldn't stay because otherwise I would have taken her to because it's
Mhm.
right on the same, it's right there on Main Street in downtown Hammond, close to the Columbia Theater. So a lot of times when Barry and I will go to the Columbia Theater, we'll go to Red, White, and Brew after and like have a cocktail or something. But yeah, I have not seen any Poe beer. Oh my gosh, if they had a Poe beer there.
I've had Poe tea, but not any like
I've
Poe
seen Poe tea. They sold it at
alcohol or
Books A
anything.
Million.
We're gonna have to look that up now too.
I know. I'm good. I don't know. Maybe I need to inspire Gnarly Barley to come up with a Poe beer.
Yes. If
See,
anybody can do it, it's you. You can inspire them.
I'm gonna go talk to them. Is there any
Yes.
way that you could do a Poe beer and like, you know, launch it in January so we can celebrate Edgar Allan Poe's birthday?
Yes.
I wonder if somebody would do a special beer for you just because. Like, I guess it would cost you $1 million, but I don't know.
We'll raise the money. We'll set up a GoFundMe.
That's right. That's right. A GoFundMe so
Yes.
Kat and Jen can have Poe beer.
Yes. Yes.
Oh my God, and they could name the beer Nevermore.
Yes.
So not hate, but eight. Yes, I know what you meant. I knew what you meant. And I need to read some Poe. I have only read one and I don't remember which one. Oh, Alicia, read something. Read The Masque of the Red Death so
Yes.
you can come to our live stream on Sunday. Zach said I should get some kielbasa. I'm in the mood for Polish sausage. And gonna head out now. Thanks, Kat, for the sprint. See you next time. Have a perfectly wonderful
Yay.
night, everyone. Bye, Carmen. Thank you for being here. I appreciate you so much. And Eleanor said, read 2 more poems. Is it me, or was Poe a bit obsessed with death?
Very much.
A tiny bit.
Very much so.
I say a tiny bit. No, like a big bit. That's because, Eleanor, he had so much death in his family from a very young age. The people that he loved and cared about, it's like that is his trauma. That was his trauma, really. So yeah. Amber said, adore Stevie Nicks. She's perfection.
Yes,
I agree 100%.
Yes, she is.
100%. I was lucky enough to see her in concert by herself. And then I was able to see her twice with Fleetwood Mac.
Oh, wow.
All like later in life, not in
Mhm.
her, like younger years. But yeah, I just Barry is not a big Fleetwood Mac or Stevie Nicks fan. He likes some of their songs, but not obsessed like I am. And he was with me for Stevie Nicks. And then I went with friends for Fleetwood Mac the first time. And then I took Andrew the second time because my baby Andrew loves that kind of music. So I'm like,
Yay.
yeah. So Tina said, I was in and out today. Thank you, ladies, for sprints today. Thank you, Tina, for being here. I appreciate you. And Stina said, the Stevie Nicks song just popped up on my Spotify search for the poem. There are other songs listed as well. Thank you, Stina. Okay, so you said Spotify. I have Apple Music, so I'm going to have to look. I'm going to have to do a deep dive on that because I love her. She's so good. So, so good. And finish the cask of Amontillado. Started my car, took it for a spin, all good. Stevie Nicks's Annabelle Lee is beautiful. Go listen. Yes. I'm gonna have to do that when I'm making my dinner. Zach said, I haven't done much reading. I've been procrastinating. Oh,
That's good.
that is good. I'm gonna have to I need to write that down because I don't know if I can take a picture after the stream is over. Procrastinating. Yes, I'm gonna write that one down. Oh, yeah, and then the Polish sausage one. And then Zach said, I read the complete Poe in November and December of 2016. That was my accompaniment to witnessing the beginning of the end of civilization.
Saying that.
And Molly Dot said, beer does have an expiration date, but you should be fine buying for April now. Okay, well, that's what I'm saying. If my turtle beer that I got, Secret of the Booze, if I could wait, I could save that one for April. So we'll see. Alicia Yo said, I'll donate to your efforts and bring my chickens out to picket in front of the brewery until our needs are met.
That should work.
Oh, that would be funny. And thank you so much, Alicia, for being here. I appreciate you. And Amber said, I think I'd cry if I was even near her, let alone watching her perform live in front of me.
Me too. I've wanted to go recently. The tickets are just so expensive.
Well, I was supposed to go with my friend Shelly. We were supposed to go. We had our tickets. I had bought our tickets. The tickets were high, but we waited. And I finally found some tickets, and they were pretty decent, in a pretty decent spot at the Smoothie King in New Orleans. Got the tickets. Shelly and I were super excited. And then people in her band ended up getting COVID, and she had to cancel. And she didn't postpone. She canceled. And so we got refunded our money. And then sadly, my friend Shelly passed. So we were never able to see her together. But she's one that if I could go again to see, I would love to, but she's just amazing because of her age. Like she's like 77, 78, something like that. And she still is so able to perform. And I just think that's so amazing.
Me too.
A lot of people that I listened to back when I was younger that are still performing and still performing really well. Not like they're with a walker going up on the stage or forgetting their lyrics of their songs and stuff. And there's a Poe Tavern in South Carolina. Yes, my husband told me about this. On Sullivan's Island, all the burgers are named after stories and poems by Poe. Yeah, and his museum is in Virginia. Krista Books and Jams told me that, which I knew because that was one of the links that I put in for people to get information from. I could so go on a road trip and
Yes.
like a Poe road trip because
Y'all,
I
y'all
do
can also
think like
make a GoFundMe for me and Kat to go on a Poe road trip.
right,
I'm just like, give us
right,
money so we can go. We Poe, we need to go.
yes, we Poe and we would you Poe to go see Poe.
Yes.
Stina says, this has been so much fun. Thank you for the sprints and the punny chat. Well, I appreciate you being here, Stina, and hanging out. I'm glad the puns didn't frighten you off. I'm like, people are going to be like, the puns. Oh, and Jamie said, thanks for the sprints. All these Poe puns are a fun distraction while working. Good. I'm glad it made work a little bit more bearable. And I hope you all have a perfect night. And it was ravenous. It was a ravenous night. Alicia, I got to put that down. Ravenous. I wish my husband was home so I could say, I'm ravenous. I need some dinner.
Yes.
Like, what are you talking about? Saxa, don't worry too much about the beer expiration date. I've let them age for years. It'll be fine. Well, that's good to know. Supposed to go. Oh my gosh. Y'all are something else. That's all I have to say. Something else. Will there be any more upcoming Nevermore sprints? I don't think so, Angela, because it's only a week long and I have sprints for Wednesday. I mean, you could read Poe, and we could talk about Poe on Wednesday sprints for sure. But then Jen and I have our live chat on Sunday. And then I have Saturday morning momentum on Saturday. I don't like to sprint on Friday because Alex sprints on Friday. So that leaves me Tuesday and Thursday. And Thursday, I will actually be going to Friends of the Library. So it leaves me Tuesday, which is tomorrow. And I have a lot.
I do have sprints. There's self-care sprints on my channel tomorrow, starting at 9 Central. But Poe can be your self-care. So
yes, so Angela, go to Jen's sprints tomorrow and read Poe there. And if you can think of any Poe puns, stick them in there because guess what? Laughter is good for the soul. It's good for you to laugh. That's a form of self-care.
Yes, it is.
I think that would be totally appropriate. Yeah, this week it's just a week long and it's so filled with stuff. But I would love to do, maybe we need to do a poll, Jen. Do we want Nevermore to be more than a week long? Yeah. We could do 2 weeks, 10 days. I don't know. I mean, I could do Poe all year long. Poe's Tavern in South Carolina for anybody who is close to South Carolina or wants to go on a field trip there. Thank you, Alicia. Did you put your sprint link in? You put your sprint. That's sprint and link together is a sprink.
A sprink.
Y'all, and I haven't even drunk anything alcoholic. Just water, I promise. Especially if it's in a dark bottle, light would be a bigger problem than time. Okay, well, that's good. This is in a can. So, yes, I don't know if Alicia could or you could pop in your sprint link if somebody wants to get it real quick. Alicia says, I have a Poe's Tavern here in Florida. I may have to visit.
Wait a minute. See, that's a lot closer to us.
That is a lot closer. And Alicia could be our tour guide. And then we could go book shopping with Alicia.
Yes.
Actually, we could also go to a Universal. Do you like roller coasters, Jen?
No, but I do want to go to Universal to see the Universal monsters.
Aha.
I am a roller coaster wimp. I remember we went to Disney World and I never got to go as a kid. So when we first took our kids, I was 31 years old. And before we got there, I was like, I'm going to get on there. I'm going to conquer my fear of heights. I'm going to be up on those roller coasters. It's taken me 31 years to get here. I can do this. And then I saw Expedition Everest and I said, no. My oldest was 14 at the time. I said, have fun. Because Tim won't do it either. So.
Oh, wow. Yeah, I love roller coasters. But I observe the roller coasters because I have to make sure they're not going to stop at any point. because if they do, that's when I would have a heart attack, a major panic attack, because I am afraid of heights. But if the roller coaster, like it is like my heart is pounding if you're doing anything that has the slow, going up and then you come down or whatever. Once it's in motion, like I'm having a ball. But like I don't do Ferris wheels anymore because you eventually have to get to where you're like stuck at the top.
Yeah.
The whole time I'm like, oh my gosh. I envision the Ferris wheel like breaking off. The spokes just will break off
The
because I'm at
final
the top of the
destination
course,
moment
and then
with the
I'm just gonna be rolling.
well, the Expedition Everest, that roller coaster, it's got tracks that are like broken, but they're supposed
Yes.
to, so people
Is
are
that the
going
one
right
with the,
here and
Yeti?
then
The
going back.
Yeti's
I'm
in it.
like, I'm
Isn't
not
the
doing that.
Yeti in it? The Yeti's in it because I think I
Yes.
rode that one, Andrew. We love that one. I think we rode that one about 3 times. We love that.
No, no, no.
Yeah, I love it. I was so sad because, we went on the roller coaster. I cannot I call it the rock and roller coaster, but it's one that it is very scary because it does go straight up. Like you are literally on your back straight up,
Is
and then
that
it
the
comes
one
straight
with the
down.
Aerosmith music?
It's not Aerosmith music. It has music, but you choose the music. So I couldn't
Oh,
figure out the music. So what happens is while you're riding it, you're listening to this music and I'm punching all these, I'm trying to figure it out. I'm trying to make my decision. And I hit a pop song and I'm like, I gotta listen to this pop song all the time. So not only am I terrified on this thing, but I'm listening to the song. And so I'm like, I have to ride this again so I can pick a better song.
oh,
So it was so funny. I wish we would have bought the pictures, of how frightened my face compared to Andrew's face, because Andrew's like all like, "Hee hee." But
that's hilarious.
Andrew, we get to a point, we're slowing down, and I'm like, "Oh goodness, I'm so glad this ride is almost over." And he's like, "Mama, it's almost over. Open your eyes." And so I open my eyes, and he lied. Zip off, and I'm like screaming. He's laughing. He thinks it's so funny. So I said, I've got to ride this again, Andrew, but I can't ride it right now. I have got to just kind of like process this
Uh-huh.
experience. So I said, we're going to go, we're going to go the next day. I said, I promise we will go the next day. I will pick a good song. I will be better at this. So we get there the next day. It's closed because they had a high wind advisory.
Oh
And
no.
because it's tall, I
Yeah.
guess the wind, and I'm like, okay, well, that was smart of them to close it because that would have been terrible. I would have been
Yeah.
worried, and a wind event would have happened and flung me off the track. But anyway, I always regret that we never did get to do that. Now you're talking about the Aerosmith one that was in Disney World.
Yeah.
I'm so sad about that because Andrew and I were in line for 70 minutes.
Wow.
And we were very close to getting on the ride. And the reason why we were in line for so long was it kept breaking down, it kept stopping. We didn't know that. Well, then all of a sudden they come and they said, "We're sorry, it's closed for the night." After we had spent all that time in line. So we were both bummed out. And I'm like, well, let's not worry about it. Let's go to the,
Mhm.
Tower of Terror or whatever. We'll ride that a couple of
Yeah.
times and other things. Well, I got an email that they had magic hours the next morning. And I told Andrew, I said, Andrew, you get up. I was at a conference. That's why we were there. But I would go like in the evening, with him
Mhm.
and my son Barry. Well, I said, Andrew, I said, get up early, get on the shuttle, and you go ride Aerosmith for the two of us. Said because somebody has got to ride it.
Uh-huh.
So he goes and he was like riding it. He'd get off, he'd get back on. He'd ride it, he'd get back, get back
Oh
on. He
my
rode it
goodness.
several times, but he sends me pictures. He's like, "Mama, you would have loved this ride." I was like, "I'm sure I would have. I'm glad that at least you got to enjoy it."
Right.
Well, they don't have it anymore. They took it out. So I'll never ever get to ride that ride.
We'll
So
see when
sad.
I was 31 a long time ago because I'll be 51 in April. So my gosh, that was 20 years ago, and that's my one and only time at Disney. And I've never been to Universal. So
Yeah, Universal's a lot of fun. They have some fun rides. They really do. Eleanor said, hope to attend the live. I hope you can too,
yeah.
Eleanor. It's going to be at 1 o'clock Central Time. I just have to make the thumbnail and create the link, and then it'll be posted. Thank you so much, Cameron, for being here. And Amber said, I hope to make it to Sprints Wednesday, but I have a tattoo appointment. And I don't know if the tattoo artist would be up for doing some sprints during the appointment.
Exciting.
That would be funny. That would be funny if my sprints were going at the tattoo parlor. Laughing. So let's do it. Yes, let's do it. See, you always got to just have a plan. And maybe you could postpone them. Oh, we need to go to Epic Universe when you can see Dark Universe. Yeah, that would be fun. And then I hate roller coasters, so they always are a no from me. And need a link to Jen's channel. Yeah, we need a link to Jen's channel.
I'm trying to see if I can do it.
Yeah, I don't know. Alicia's my Quick Draw McGraw that can do it. Yes, it was Rip, Ride, Rocket, and they took it down.
Okay, let's see.
I'm so bummed out about that because that was the one, my one and only time, and I had to listen to a pop song the whole time. I'm like, oh, really? I don't even know what the song was. It was just some teeny bopper song. And then Alicia said they're putting a new ride in its place. Well, that's good to know. Thanks for the opportunity to celebrate today. Oh my gosh, that's a good one. Opportunity. These puns.
I think I got the sprints in there right. It let me do something. I had to like connect.
Yeah, I think that's what you have to do. So this is the YouTube. This is the sprints for tomorrow, correct?
Yes.
Okay, so if anybody wants self-care sprints, last week Jen went till about noon. So 9 o'clock in the morning, I will need those sprints for sure. And then, Stina says, I love Universal, never been to Disney. They don't have as many rides like roller coasters like Universal. What I love about Universal is connected, like the old Universal is connected to the new, like you just have to, it's not very far. They're like next to each other. Whereas like Disney, you might have a big ride or whatever, but there are different parks and you have to take a shuttle or drive from one park to the other. So it's what they call park hopping. So bye, Linda. So glad you were here. And Alicia said we have to go to Universal.
Yes, I really want to see that Universal Monsters.
So that's Jen's self-care, but this is Jen's actual sprints.
Thank you, Alicia.
Actual channel. Thank you, Alicia. I appreciate that. And hey, I know you're busy with a needle to my arm, but I have sprints. Pulls out Kindle. That would be hilarious. Oh, and thanks, Alicia. And then Jen says, I hate rides. I am so claustrophobic, afraid of heights, and get motion sickness. That's how my friend Jeff is. He was at Universal when we had gone, and he couldn't ride any of the rides that had the thing where he was real tight, so he couldn't ride the Hulk. He couldn't ride the Hulk. He couldn't ride the ones where you sit and you go up real slow and then bounce down. There was quite a few rides he couldn't do. And then my poor husband, he gets like motion sickness. He went on one ride with us and he was like, I'm done. He's like, I don't want to have to worry about it. I'll be the one that holds your stuff and I'll go to other stuff. I just felt bad. There were some rides he was able to do. And then some rides he's like, no, I think I'm going to get sick on that. So I felt bad, but I mean, he entertained himself enough that, I mean, he was glad to be there too. Wasn't like that's all we did, but still, Andrew and I were just like, we love this. We're going to ride every ride 10 times. We would ride the ride, then we'd ride in the front, and then we would do it at nighttime as opposed to during the day, which was the best. I mean, we were just craziness.
I can't do it.
I mean, that was a while ago because Andrew had just graduated from 8th grade.
Mm-hmm.
So, he's like 14 at the time and he's 24. So that was 10 years ago. So a little while. So got them both. Yay. Got both the links. And then you're welcome from Alicia. And then I want to go to Harry Potter World, but I'm afraid it would be a waste of money, but I can't because I can't do the rides. Well, I'll tell you, Jen, the rides are different. I mean, maybe the motion sickness, because I think that was a problem for my husband. But I will say there's a lot to do in the Harry Potter universe. You could ride the train going from one side of the park to the other side. That's really cool. They have all kinds of shops. There's places you could eat. You get to go to the candy store. They sell all the candies because we had read the books. Andrew and I read the books like leading up to it. So a lot of those things we were looking for. And there are some rides that I think you would be fine on. I really do. And then you really should go through, like Barry went with us where they have the Quidditch ride. You want to go through the castle because it's amazing. And even if you go through the ride, there's a part where you can go through and walk through, and then you can leave out if you're not going to ride the actual ride. And then also Gringotts. That one was a fun one too. And I think you could probably handle Gringotts. Alicia says, I love Universal. I don't do heights, but everything else is all good. And then as long as I avoid roller coasters, I'm good with most other types of rides. I think that's why I prefer Disney. And to Jen, there are so many shows, food, shopping, and wand stuff to do. I agree on both sides of Universal because we went to Diagon Alley and we ate at the Three Broomsticks in one place. And then we ate at the Leaky Cauldron in another. It was part of our pass that we bought that we got lunches or dinners there. So, okay, there's experience. Oh, yes. Like you could get butter beer there. They serve the food. Like if you get one of the wands that you can interact with, I got one for Andrew, and you go to different places and you do the little pattern and it causes something to happen. Like there's an umbrella, it tips over and you make it rain. So it's just a lot of fun stuff that you can do. So if you go and just go for the Harry Potter experience, I think it's worth it. And yes, always ride the train and ride both ways. It is different. That is true. And even without rides, it's just cool to be in the areas, especially if you're a fan of whatever world you are in. I remember being able to go to the Star Wars park and just walking around was the coolest. Yeah, same with the Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park has this big thing that you go into, in the movie Jurassic Park, but there's a lot of information about dinosaurs. So yeah, that's really fun. I think the Jurassic Park one has a water ride, but we didn't go on that because we didn't want to get wet. And Zach said, I bet you could find some Poe playing cards to play poker. We might be able to do that. And you can also just do the castle tour. And 7 different types of butterbeer flavors. That's a lot. That's really ramped up since we went. And yes, I haven't been to Disney since I was a kid, and I have to go as an adult and would make it a whole trip with Universal as well. Yeah. So you see, that would be awesome. I think you would love it. And they now have 2nd generation wands. Wow. And then the Discovery Center. Yes, for the Jurassic Park. Okay, so that is the end. Thank y'all very, very much for being here. We appreciate you hanging out with us to kick off Nevermore. I appreciate you, Jen, for coming and hanging out with the sprints. It made it even more enjoyable.
Thank you for asking me to join.
Yes, I'm very excited. And we will be back together on Sunday for sure at 1:00 Central Time. And Jen says, once I graduate, I will save and make it my reward. That's a good reason. That's what it was. It was Andrew's graduation present for graduating from 8th grade. I gave him the choice, Disney or Universal, and he chose Universal. So we have to plan a trip in the future for everyone.
Yes, let's do it.
And Alicia says, thanks for sprints and chat. Have a good night. Same to you. And thanks for sprints. Same to you, Jen. And this was so fun. Thanks for sprints. You both are awesome. We appreciate that, Amber. Thank you. And thanks so much, Angela. It was a fun night for us as well.
Yes.
So see y'all soon. Have a perfect night.